Farming. Google Maps. Why don't I don't know what that is. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Helgi, sir. How are we all doing? It is Sunday evening. It's
I don't know
fun.
the messaging is from my computer, but Google sent me a message.
Google?
But you are now farming.
I am farming. Yeah, it's just gone live. Just gone live for the evening.
How is your hot day today?
Very hot. Very hot.
36 degrees.
Ouch.
Yeah. All windows closed, shutters down, some ventilation with some water cooling. Nothing fancy.
Nothing fancy. Yeah, no
But
fancy
it helps.
cooling for me today. I've got no cooling at all now.
Oh my god.
So I just have to suffer. Just
Oh,
have to suffer.
Oops. Update. Copy. Thing. Google Drive. Whatever. Okay.
Google Drive should be up to date with the new map version that was released yesterday by Stevie. Stevie's updated all his maps this weekend, so I've had to download every single map.
And the animal products is old. No?
Yes.
36, 30.
Yeah, the only mod I've updated since Thursday evening is the map. Not touched any of the other mods. Right, contracts then. What have we got available today? Well, there's 2 fertilising. There's a little bit of... It is still October. Yeah, it's still only the 2nd of October. I might try kicking it forward a day, if that gives us anything new. I did find some more collectibles after you went to sleep the other evening, including the ones on the bridges. But I haven't picked them all up yet. So there's still some out there on the map to be found and discovered.
What's the money status?
Dark.
How much monies do we have?
We have 414,000
Oh, look good.
currently.
Yeah, probably some of the collectibles can only be collected in winter time, as you said.
Well, I'm expecting the one from... Well, you can get the one from the store when we've got something tall enough to reach it.
Yeah.
The rest of the collectibles, to me, seem to be all at the top of the map. Like there's some at this sell point over here. The oil mill place thingy-me-jiggy. And a couple at that placeable down at that house building area down there. Epic Domain, good afternoon. Welcome into the stream. And then obviously there's a load down here at the lumber area and in the forest to be collected. But hopefully we can do some serious farming work now that there are a couple of fields that are going to be ready to harvest soon. Is there nothing on field 19? No. Just a bit curious. What is going on with field 19? That needs to be ploughed. Maybe I need to update that field with a bit of, I don't know. Maybe that'll give us a contract in the near future. Let's skip forward. Oh, I can't. I've skipped not enough. I skipped at 8 o'clock when I meant to go to the next day. Dun, dun, dun. Mr. Helgie's joined the server. Mr. Helgie's online.
25%.
Right, there's a ploughing contract now popped up for field 19. Excellent. There's 2 fertilising contracts, one for 7, one for 18. Sowing contract for field 3, that's quite cheap, and he wants cotton, so we're not doing that. Weeding off field 11. Well, we're going to need a weeder, so I'm going to invest in a weeder. Where is it? Weeders? There.
Is that you, or is it a clone of you?
It's me.
I mean, standing.
Alright, I shall grab that weeder. I shall make my way over to... Oh, the contract's gone! You rotten individual. Bought a weeder and now she steals the contract from me.
Oh my god. So what would have been the best idea? Just take it on. I think I'm going to do the fertilizing contract.
The fertilising contracts.
Sowing, spraying, plowing. What plowing? Maybe I haven't done plowing. Do you want to do the fertilizing contract?
I might do the fertilising contracts, yes.
Then I do the
I'm going to go collect the weeder first and bring that back to the store then, seeing as we've lost that contract. Guess the farmer's done it.
Just park the plow, huh? I guess.
I did just park the plough, yes, I did just bring it back from having done the field that... Well, I didn't bring it back after doing the field the other evening. I'd left it at the field whilst I was hunting collectibles. And then I ended up logging off without returning it to the farm, so I thought, best return it to the farm first thing today.
No.
Is it raining? It is raining now. Wow.
What is raining?
It's raining outside in real life. That's the end of our sunny hot day then.
I hope for. Maybe it's just a hot and humid day. Oh my god, that's an articulated tractor.
Nothing wrong with that. Articulated tractors are very good at what they do.
I don't like it. I can live with it. There are worse things. Weak tractors.
There are far worse things indeed. Yes, it's been a very warm weekend. Glad when summer's over. Is the shopping trolley not floating anymore? It's not in the middle of the road. I wonder where it will be on the map today.
Maybe you changed it in the new map.
I wonder where it'll be today.
Watching your videos. This doesn't have a GPS, huh? No, it does.
What doesn't have GPS?
No, it has a GPS.
Should have.
Yeah, it does.
The articulated, because I use it. Here he comes. Now. Big hell yeah. I'll drop this off at the farm, this weeder, and then I'm going to grab my compost spreader, I think, to go and do these fertilising contracts, because I think it's a lot cheaper than buying fertiliser.
Probably.
And seeing as I have been making compost with the straw that I got from the first couple of harvest contracts, I think I'm good to go.
That's
In fact, actually, we had more money than 414,000, but I chose, before I logged out the other evening, to repay some of the loan. So I paid off about 300 grand of the loan, so we only own 200,000 now. So yeah, we had about 714,000, maybe a bit more than that. By the time I had finished picking up collectibles on Thursday night. You know, it was very tempting to go and get some brain's thinking of words. Fields. Oh, I was starting to have a look at the fields yon side of the river, and they're quite a bit pricey. Need to do some more contracts.
We are starting at 1 million, I guess, huh?
So yeah, if I take the compost spreader, and if I agree to do field 7, which is I think this side, and field 18, which is next to you, all will be very good. I've got 82% of my compost left, but I will just top it all.
Again, I like the hills he puts in his maps. TV does makes it more interesting.
Yeah, no flat, horrible fields. It's a test on the equipment.
Okay, maybe.
We've had a good day today as well. We've managed to sign 6 football players for the football team today.
Okay.
Woohoo! It's been a long day of doing paperwork and administration to get the players registered. Now we just need to find 5 more before Tuesday evening's game. So if you know of any good footballers that are without clubs at the minute, send them our way. That want to play football for very little money. because we can't afford to pay them a lot. But yes, we've signed 6 players today and announced them to the world. There's already a few people looking to do player sponsorship agreements as well. And some new options on that.
This plough is producing stones.
It will produce stones, it will.
God.
Because that's what ploughs do produce. Because they're deep soil moving, aren't they? But yes, we're live on all the channels tonight. We're live on Kick, we're live on YouTube at the same time. I hope everybody's having fun. But of course, as I like to try and stress to all the people that might be watching on YouTube, I really can only see and interact with the chat that's currently taking place over on Kick. So if you want to head over to the Kick channel and join in the conversation over there, you're more than welcome to. More than welcome to. But obviously I appreciate you watching on YouTube as well. And obviously once the live stream ends today, I will try and get the VOD of the stream scheduled and posted on the channel for people who miss it live to be able to catch up with on, I think, Tuesday is my plan, is to put the Sunday stream live on Tuesday. Then the Tuesday night stream, which there won't be one this week because I'm away. So we might have to do another evening this week, either Wednesday evening, because I know you can't do Monday evenings, because you do your singing, don't you, Mr. Helgi?
Difficult, yeah.
So yeah, we'll probably do Wednesday evening this week and Thursday evening. So might not be, we should be able to get the Wednesday evening stream then. The VOD for that should be able to go live on a Friday. And then obviously the Thursday night stream will probably be a VOD for a Sunday evening. Right, I'm trying to remember which field I'm doing. I'm doing field 18, which I believe is this one. Mr. Helgi's doing field 19, which is the one next to me, which is the one that I've just sort of sorted out and fixed a little bit. Let me just stop that for a second. There we go. Make sure we get the fertilising done correctly. 2 nice contract payouts. I don't know if John's going to try joining us tonight or not. I've not really heard from him since Thursday evening. I don't know whether he's managed to sort anything out with his internet or whether it is just a case of the distance between him and us is that far that there's no real way to reduce the latency and ping.
Online. I haven't heard from him either.
It's a shame, because it would have been nice to have had another person on the farm doing multiplayer with us, but obviously if it's just not convenient because of the regional locations and the server lag and stuff, then
from the time difference.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
well.
the time difference obviously doesn't help as well. But if it's an infrastructure thing, because he doesn't get fast internet where he lives, on the west coast of the US, in the countryside, then it's a bit of an issue. Because I don't know how to fix that. Without hosting and renting a server on the US, and putting the map and the save on that, and then would that... then make it laggy for us? I don't know. That could be a problem. I'm not really sure what the solution is to fix that. Right, if I just work north and south towards the road, we're going to be alright. I do have access to this land because I'm doing a contract, you silly numpty of a game. Boom, 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 boom.
Have you tweaked your field of view on you use fall?
I use default, but field of view only affects you in cab.
Okay.
Yeah, it only affects first person view.
So the question is the
Third
circle
person
around.
is I just zoom out a lot. I haven't changed any game settings, so it should be using whatever settings I've set up in the game XLL. So my circles should be not too noticeable. My view distances should be slightly tweaked. They're only slightly tweaked though, above normal, because I do notice I tend to lose a lot of frames per second. A lot of performance playing at 4K. Wasn't so noticeable back in the day when I used to play at 1080p. I could really throw the view distances up quite a lot and it wouldn't affect the frame rate terribly. I'd still get like 60 FPS, but now I'm at 4K, I can't throw the view distances to ridiculous levels.
I'm getting 45 frames per second and I'm
In about
want
41.
to have less. Yeah.
I'm getting 41, which is not bad, especially as I'm streaming to 2 different platforms at the same time as well,
And hosting.
and hosting the server. So yeah, the PC's working very hard right now. My feet are getting very warm from the air coming out the back of it. It's making my feet a little bit sweaty. Yeah, cool day of doing some contracts. No doubt next month there'll be a sowing contract then for that field 19. That'll be nice. That probably pays well. So I need to try and understand how the model for who did the Glenleafan map did it so that the AI doesn't plant certain crops. Because that'd be nice to implement on Stevie's maps so that we don't have to worry about the AI doing cotton and rubbish.
Maybe you ask the author how you do.
Yeah, I ought to maybe have a chat with Cavalier Roy, send him a message. I've got him on the Discord.
Oh, the ploughing contract pays quite nicely.
Yeah. Ploughing does. And the good thing is, it doesn't take us too long to do ploughing contracts, because we've got a decent plough and a decent tractor.
Cool.
Obviously, these fertilising contracts would be a lot quicker if I did them with the fertiliser spreader, but
It's cheap.
the compost is cheaper. And I'm a penny pincher.
It does go some way, you know.
The compost does go a lot further as well, because I'm still 86% full,
Wow.
having been 100% full at the start of this field. So
You can do probably both.
I'm using a decent amount as I go through. It lasts a little bit longer than the fertiliser does. And I feel like I'm giving back to the contracts, because I got the straw to make the fertiliser compost from the harvest contracts, and now I'm using the compost to do the fertilising compost, so I'm giving it back. I am.
Yeah, it's not taken away from the field.
Yeah. Not taking it away from the farms. Field 18 is half done. Woohoo! So yeah, we did work out then the other evening that if you accept contracts, you can complete them okay.
Yes.
If I accept contracts, it comes up as failed for you.
If you accept contracts that I'm doing, obviously.
But
But
yeah,
at
it
least
must just be so.
you can accept them still and confirm them.
Yeah. It's just something, obviously, that's a little bit quirky in the way this multiplayer is hosted and run. That
Yeah.
when I accept a
not
contract, you do it
ever.
and complete it, it comes up as failed.
Yeah, I think if it's a server, then we are both treated equally.
Hmm.
Probably not the case.
Just got a little bit left of the field to do, look. Helgi working on his plough magic over there, look.
T60.
There he goes, look. Mr. Helgi chucking all that dust in the air, look. I do like the fact that I've got the depth of field thing turned off so we don't have blurry mountains in the background. I like that. I like that option as well. Stevie does nice mountains for the background of his maps.
Be a bit misty when you look towards misty map. The hope.
"21 minutes past 9 in the morning on the map." And contract work is already well underway. Close to completion. We don't muck about. We like to get done nice and early.
The US map, but the church looks a bit European. Church on this map looks a bit European. Or
I think it probably is. I think Stevie uses a mixture of all the different textures.
not that such a church couldn't exist in the US. Did they copy something? Or the people that went to the US built a church like the Europeans do? Could be. You are 90%.
Wow, I'm still 74% full. I've only got a little bit of the field left to do. That contract is technically finished, but obviously I finish the field properly. I don't leave it half unfertilised. I don't remember what did I do on this field. I'm sure I did a contract on this field the other day. I don't remember what I did.
Ploughing.
Was it ploughing?
Could be, yeah.
I thought I was harvesting, because I'm sure I did bales. No, not bales, I did straw. Collected the straw and I was taking it to the animal dealer to sell.
The soybeans. Yeah, could be that I harvested it.
Yeah, I think you probably harvested it and I was doing the straw collecting.
I mean, the field should now show nothing but soybeans.
So has it been seeded? Have I sowed it again then? I might have done seeding on it then. I might have done the seeding contract. I've got a feeling I did, because I'm sure I did it at 45-degree angle.
Soybeans.
Yeah, I think I must have done the seeding. Planting, seeding, something. Maybe while you was cultivating the other night. And you was doing your cultivating jobs.
Yeah, yeah. Field 9 and...
That's $17,209. Thank you very much indeed. Now if I go to field 7, I can earn another 11 grand. Doing the fertilising on that one.
You just made the list!
Thank you for the follow! Special CDU Pontfire. Is it CDU Pontfire? Yes. Thank you for the follow, CDU Pontfire. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Good evening to you. How am I doing for fuel? Okay, or do I want to drop off and buy some?
Back at your trailer from the in-cab, was there a dial of some sort? I don't understand.
Yes.
And that is for tipping it, or?
Sure, it's a fill rate type thing. It should be. It should tell you the fill rate of the machine. The trailer, so you can keep an eye on it so you know when you're running out. Or something like that.
Because you can't tip it on the left or right, huh?
No. I thought it was either a an easy way for me to keep tab of the fill level, or for the tractor, the farmer in real life to keep tabs of the fill level, so he knows when he's about to run out. But it doesn't seem to tally up for me with what I've got in the trailer, because it's saying 0.
It's probably not modeled.
I wonder if it could be. I wonder if it could be spreading width. Because right now I'm not spreading and it's at 0, and then when I am spreading it's at 150, which is about right if I'm like 15 meters.
Okay.
Spreading width.
Can adjust the spreading width in theory. In real life. Time.
Because again, from in cab it's going to be very difficult to see where you're spreading, so having some indication of what width you're spreading at from inside the cab could be very useful to a farmer. Because again, when you're doing like a tiny strip of the field, you probably don't want to be spreading at 50 meters and wasting a load, do you? Jimpy, good evening to you, sir. Welcome on in. Yes, field 7 next then. That is... Is that the one I ploughed in the evening? I think it might be. I think it might be. I think it is.
Are there stone collecting contracts?
There are not stone collecting contracts, no.
Because that would be a nice contract. A lot of stone.
How are you doing? I'm doing okay, thank you, Jimpy. Or special CDU Pontfire. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. How are you? How is your weekend going? So yeah, it's doing a little bit of fertilising contracts at the moment. Mr. Helgie's doing a ploughing contract. I then think we'll probably move forward to November, because I think the other contracts are all a little bit unachievable at this moment in time. So we don't have a baler, so we can't do the baling contract. I mean, we could buy a baler, but then we've got to faff about with a trailer and everything as well. And no doubt in November some of these fields, like this sunflower field, will be ready to harvest. There'll be a nice harvest contract for that. I'm not too fussed about the cotton contract on the field next to it. Mr. Helgi's collected the ploughing contract, so he's obviously finished ploughing.
What?
Taking advantage. Have they got this field, like I say, I ploughed this field the other evening. Have they already seeded this field then? Or reseeded it? Must have done. If they did that very quickly.
Is that cotton? Somebody has some hang for cotton. He's in love with the cotton.
I'll have to turn on more lazy farmer options if people keep doing jobs before we get a chance to do them. Or if the jobs are changing between me saving and exiting the game and then reloading it for the next session.
Maybe they know that you don't want to seed cotton.
Is that what he's put on field 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have a word with Cavalier Roy and say, look, dude, how did you stop the AI from planting silly crops on fields? Because I would like to do that on this map. Because these fields are not big enough for cotton. Well, this one might be. You might get a couple of bales off of this field, depending on which harvester you use. But certainly off field 3, you're not going to get any bales. And then you're kind of stuck with a contract you can't complete.
Can get a B, but not the A.
Hey, I have a question for you. Yes? Fire away? Shoot? Ask the questions? Am I doing that right? I am doing this row. I am doing this row indeed. Which one do you like better, Twitch or Kick? Honestly, I prefer Kick at the moment. I felt with Twitch, I went as far as my channel could go over there. And basically, channel growth stopped happening. Visibility stopped being a thing as well, which meant your channel wasn't being pushed or promoted very well by Twitch, which again doesn't help a creator to grow. And it made, obviously it was a no-brainer decision back in March to move over to Kick here on a platform that is pushing streamers, pushing small channels like myself, or people that do, you know, unique content. And also, obviously, the pay is better over here. That's a significant, big difference as well. You know, Twitch taking 70% of your money is not a good thing. And no creator should have 70% of what they've earned taken from them. So, yeah, for that reason alone, the move to Kick was a much smarter financial decision. Because I get to keep 95% of what I earn now. Which is a great bonus. Not that I earn a lot, because I don't. But, you know, from the little that I do earn, it's nice to keep 95% of it. And plus, over here as well on Kick, the other creators that I've met and engaged with so far have been a lot friendlier than the ones that I've seen on Twitch. It might just be me, but I feel like people on Twitch are very, very kind of selfish. They're kind of just focused on themselves. Whereas over here on Kick, creators actually seem to want to help each other. And that's kind of cool. Because I think like it says on my about page here on Kick, for a platform to thrive, you really do need the support of the small creators who make up 95% of the platform's content. It's all right, like Twitch putting all its focus on like 1 or 2 people and pushing 1 or 2 like, you know, big time streamers, but they're not the people that actually make the platform. It's the little people like us, like me, that stream, you know, 50, 60 hours a week, providing content that, you know, build a platform. You know, there's a lot of small creators that make a lot of content, and they're the guy. Yeah, Twitch is definitely not very helpful to new streamers. Twitch doesn't want new streamers. You know, Twitch is trying to put as many obstacles in the way of new people starting streaming on its platform. Especially with all the things they've changed in the last few weeks over there, which has obviously caused a lot of people to now come over to Kick to drive the numbers up here. I think there's something like 12 million accounts on Kick now, as of last count. 12 million accounts.
Right.
That's not bad for a service that's only been around for, you know, 6 months. A platform, that's a very fast growing platform, that is. And like they say, it took Twitch 4 or 5 years to reach that number. If Kick gets really big, do you think they will be forced into line with rules and regs like Twitch was forced to? What do you mean, Jimpy? Forced in line with rules and regs? Because Kick does have rules and regs. Kick does have a terms of service that is very clear of what content creators can and can't do. So if there are people on Kick that are breaking those rules, they just need to be reported. And it seems like there's not many people streaming Farming Simulator. There's not a lot of Farming Simulator streamers here on Kick at the moment, which is great, because it means people like me can dominate the platform and be the best Farming Simulator streamers over here. But there are a couple of us. There are a couple of other Farming Simulator streamers. There's a couple that I follow and have been watching recently. But again, it's going to take time. It's going to take time for people to move over from other platforms. Also, for people to move over from other platforms, let me try something. I need to, because my dashboard is getting a little bit can't see all of the chat. It's getting cut off on my screen. No playing copyrighted music and not being allowed to talk about certain subjects and such. On Twitch there are a lot of do's and don'ts which Kick is slack on. Well, one thing, on Kick, Jimpy, there is no rules about what you can talk about, because there is no subject that's kind of off limits, within reason. Again, if you read the terms of service, you'll know what kind of things you can't talk about on Kick. As regards copyrighted music and stuff, That is, again, if you read the terms of service and the DMCA rules on Kick, that is 100% at the risk of the content creator, the person streaming. If someone is streaming copyrighted content, they are 100% liable for that. And if the copyright holder chooses to file a complaint, that complaint goes to the streamer, doesn't go to Kick. So yes, again, like I say, there are rules on Kick, and like I say, if you see people on Kick that are not abiding by those rules, you just need to click the report button. Kick are very quick to act on things. Their staff members are really, really good. Have to say, from my dealings with the Kick staff team, they are on it. They don't tend to muck about with things. But ultimately, like I say, when it comes to playing music during one streams, like, you know, I quite happily listen to Spotify during my farm sim streams. That is at my own risk. If one of the music companies decides to sue me, that's my problem. It's not Kick's problem. I know what I signed up for when I read the terms and conditions of the service. Like I say, Kick has, like I say, its guidelines and its rules. But at the same time, it tries to give the streamers themselves the ability to police their own content a little bit and make the mature decisions on what they put into their material and that. And it's nice to see that, because unfortunately, places like Twitch, and also to some extent from all the years that I've been on YouTube, I must admit, Twitch and YouTube have very old-fashioned, out-of-date, sort of views on copyright and things like that. In actual fact, I would go so far as to say both Twitch and YouTube get copyright completely wrapped around their necks, because they give far too much power and to the people making the claims, filling in the copyright claims and the content ID stuff, when in actual fact they need to be putting more focus on the actual creators and applying the laws regarding fair use for various content such as music and things like that. Because a lot of times content creators, the way they are using material in their streams and in their videos and stuff, falls well within the laws of fair use. But unfortunately, it seems like it's always down to the content creator to have to appeal and counterclaim all the time on those platforms. Whereas, like I say, when it comes to content, copyright and stuff like that, the person accusing the creator of copyright should always be made to provide actual evidence that the copyright is being infringed and how it's being infringed. And most of the platforms don't do that. If you've ever actually done a copyright claim on YouTube, if you've claimed copyright against a creator's video, you'll know you basically don't have to submit any evidence at all. It's just your saying. It's just you saying they're using my stuff, and YouTube goes, okay. And then it's down to the poor old person that gets the copyright strike to have to fight that. And that's wrong. Hold on one sec. Someone's shouting.
Shall we sleep? Mm.
So, it's just bailing,
Shall I
sowing.
move forward time?
Yeah, you can move forward time. That's perfectly fine.
8 o'clock.
8 a.m. Good morning, CFL Saskatchewan Rough Riders. I'm sorry, I've only just seen your comments on the YouTube. Like I say, the YouTube chat's not as easy for me to keep track of as the Kick chat, unfortunately, as I'm currently multi-streaming.
Hey, there's a reading contract.
Yay, we have a weeder. I did buy one.
Because one of them vanished immediately.
Pretty sure I've got it set. They shouldn't. I mean, all the contracts are supposed to be held until we do them. The farmer shouldn't do any. Right, sowing field 19 is 32 grand. Ploughing jobs on field 5 and 6. Fertilising field 18 again. The weeding job on field 7.
If I find the weeder.
I put it in the shed.
Next to the stone crush.
That's it, yep, the red one. Right, I'm going to do a seeding contract then on field 19. I need some seeds. I'll get them from the store because it'll be cheaper. See, we're organised. We are very organised. Also, let's have a look at our own field situation. And stones off. There are also weeds on field 9, which is our field.
Okay.
And according to the map, there's a collectible next to field 10 as well. I don't quite know where that is. I think it's probably something on that windmill thing. Wind turbine. I'm just going to turn beacons on, but there's no beacons on this tractor. Bad earphone connection. Sound keeps cutting out. Probably all the times I've pulled the cable out, I've probably damaged the socket on the headphones bound. I'll have to start using them in Bluetooth mode instead.
Coming back to Twitch and Kick, don't you think that Twitch feels the competition already?
Oh, Twitch is definitely feeling the competition from Kick, definitely. Hence why they tried to make a load of rash changes a couple of weeks ago, and all they did was upset more of their creators and more of the people using the service. See, the problem is Twitch as a company is focused on trying to make as much money for Kick, the company, as possible.
Twitch, you mean?
Yeah, Twitch wants to make as much money for Twitch as it can, because obviously Twitch is a business. Whereas with Kick, the owners of Kick don't need to make money off of Kick. They make quite a lot of money off the business that they run already. Kick for them is just, it's a hobby.
Well, at one point, at least it should support itself.
Well, yeah, and it's definitely heading in that direction. It is. Obviously, with 12 million accounts signed up, and I forgot how many subscriptions they said they'd done, or how many subs had been done, subscribers to different channels and creators and stuff. They did announce it the other day, how many they'd got as of the end of June. I certainly wouldn't have.
Company?
Yes.
I mean, Kick.
Kick is, yeah, American owned. I could do with some of those subscribers. Could do with some of those subscribers.
Really, you would be fine with a million, right?
Sorghum. Growing on that field. There's some weeds on that field. That field wants spraying, I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's the spraying field.
I sometimes wonder if you have 1,000 people watching your channel or in chat, how can you keep track of the chat?
You can't really. You can't really. I notice on some of like the big streamers that have come over to Kick, like was it XQC? It's just a waste of time trying to chat in their chat, because the screen goes that fast, they're never going to see it. Even with like slow-mo, even with their slow-mo turned on, they've got that many thousands of people all trying to talk at once that it kind of is defeated. And I think even if they put it into sub-only mode, they have that many subscribers as well that the chat can still move at a fairly rapid pace. Which is one of the reasons why I tend to only watch and follow people with low follow numbers. Why has my screen gone off? Come on. I tend to watch the smaller channels, and once channels get over a certain amount of followers and a certain amount of subscribers, I actually tend to stop watching them and unfollow. Because they've kind of like, well, yeah, they've made it. They don't need my help anymore.
Well, it depends how interesting the channel is, what you want to watch.
Yeah, it depends what they're doing as well. I mean, there's some channels that I started watching because they were doing some really nice content, and now they're just like streaming like Fortnite all the time, and I'm like, nope, not watching that. That's the quickest way to get me to unfollow a channel, is for you to start playing Fortnite or Call of Duty or any of that nonsense, because those types of games just do not interest me at all. I mean, there was a guy I was watching Friday, I think it was, Friday afternoon. There was a guy I was watching on Friday afternoon who was building Lego. And I could quite happily watch that. It's completely different content.
Is it Lego, or is it just...
No, it was proper Lego. It was proper Lego. I thought, well, that's unique. He's not doing gaming, you know.
But there are many channels in Germany with people who showcase Lego or something, some other brand from China, not similar to Lego.
Because there was a lady here on Kick that I watched who did like sewing projects, and she would make these like bears and pillows and stuff like these, memory bears and memory pillows for like people who had like passed away and stuff, and for families that wanted like something to remember a passed away loved one. But yeah, she's not done it. She's not done it for a while, so it's a bit of a shame. He wants the field sowing with poppy. He wants poppies putting on his field. Oh, okay. Well, let's see if we can do poppies.
Little dogs. Little puppies.
Little puppies. No, we're not sowing puppies. We're sowing poppies. You went one too many vowels in the alphabet there, Mr. Helgen.
That could happen.
It's nice. Get this field seeded. Nicely moving through. Earning money. Will soon be expanding. Get some fields. Or get a few more fields.
Or buy a cotton bed. Everyone plants cotton.
That reminds me, actually, have my changes taken effect? They have indeed. Oh, Stevie's done his own field create mod things. Interesting. I didn't realise that. I've sat there fucking all afternoon adding the paintable field mod to all of Stevie's maps. It looks like Stevie now includes his own version. Brilliant. It'd be nice if you told me, Stevie.
With the new update or?
Yeah. So now I can make square fields rounded without having to replough them and stuff. I can just cut round edges on everything. It's nice. Can make our fields at the farm less square.
The weeder has a tank on top. What is that?
It might do seeding, does it? I think. I think you can use the weeder to seed grass.
Ah, yeah, I think. Not only grass, yeah. Yeah. Grass and oil seed, right?
Nola.
Canola.
And maybe alfalfa, is it?
There are only 3.
Oilseed radish.
Only the 3. Yeah. Grass, oilseed radish, and canola.
That's something
Very
you don't
small
see
tank.
either, actually, in Farming Simulator. You never see any of the AI farmers coming to you saying, "Oh, can you could you sow some oilseed radish for us on a field?" And then, obviously, once it's ready to harvest, give you a cultivating job or ploughing job to plough it in to fertilise the field, and then they give you the proper seeding job after that. Obviously, I wouldn't want every farm the oilseed radish sowing to be like part of the process that all the AI farmers follow, because then that would kind of remove the need to do the fertilising contract. But I definitely think it would be nice to see some of the farmers go, "Hey, you know what? That oilseed radish sounds like a good option. Maybe we could plant a field with some of that, and then just throw it in, you know."
But I think that's too complicated. It's much easier to implement a fire brigade.
Bring in the fire brigade mod.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but you don't get paid. You don't get money for doing those contracts, so it's just time and frustration trying to figure out how to put the fire out on a stack of bales, because you're spraying at all the bales and the progress meter's not moving them. It's like, oh my god.
We are on a multiplayer map with many farms, different farms, that you could set fire to a barn of your opponent.
Set fire to your competitor's barn, yeah, or their silo.
And if he hasn't paid the monthly fee for the fire brigade, his barn will burn down.
Yeah, if you haven't paid the fire protection fee.
Yeah, insurance.
Bit of a bit of a protection racket, that is. Mr. Helgi's obviously a bit of a he's in that kind of gangland mentality. If you pay me £50 every week, I won't break your legs. That sounds like a very good deal.
Protection. I'm protecting you from an accident that could happen. It's
a bit like the Scottish comedian Kevin Bridges. I don't know if you've ever seen him.
No.
He does this great. He tells this great story about being in Glasgow. He was in Glasgow one evening, waiting at a bus stop to catch a bus, because you know that's what people do at bus stops. And this guy on the other side of the road shouts over to him, "Oi, you!" and pointing at him, and he's like, "Okay, this guy must be talking to me." And this guy comes over to him, and he says, "Right, you, give me £1, or you're gonna get stabbed." And he says, "You know what?" He says, "When I thought about it," he says, "that's an absolute bargain," he says, "because that's quite cheap," he says, £1 to not get stabbed, because getting stabbed can really cause you, you know, quite a lot of problems. He says, so to avoid all that hassle and trouble for just £1, he says, absolutely.
No, I haven't seen him, but I wouldn't have understood what he said probably.
His accent is really strong, really thick. People do struggle to understand. He's been on. I've seen some clips on YouTube where he goes on chat shows and stuff, and he's been interviewed obviously by the person who hosts the show, and the other guests can't understand anything he's saying, especially like the American ones and that.
I mean, American probably have problems understanding English people. For some expression.
Well, we are a funny bunch over here, aren't we, in the UK? Because you don't have to travel very far for very long in any direction, and the accents change. There are so many accents for one tiny little part of the world, you know?
I think that's also common here, over here. You have, like, I mean, Germany was a federal, well, it's still a federal republic, and there are 19 or whatever states, and in each state there are different dialects even. It's really crazy. Mostly north, south, yeah? A lot of it was also west to east. Even from village to village dialect. And probably in Scotland, not everywhere in Scotland they talk the same. Or different dialect and colouring. Like in England.
Nice little poppy crop going on this field. That'll be big. That'll be a nice harvest to do at some point. If you've never done poppy harvesting before. Strange that, because I didn't think the AI would give you contracts for doing the new crops. I thought the AI only gave you contracts for the vanilla crops, the base game crops. I obviously haven't played a lot on multi-fruit maps to have seen that be a thing.
Oh, maybe it's a map setting.
Oh, I've raised it instead of lowering it. Tractor's getting filthy. This guy's put lime or something on this field after you've done the ploughing. Or was it limed before you ploughed it?
Doesn't look like lime on your screen. No, there was no lime. And if there was, then it would come.
Farmer's obviously lime spreaded it since you ploughed it. He's making my tractor mucky.
I mean, like I said, the contract page changes a lot. Did we have that issue before?
I know the contracts have always been a bit iffy since Giants made some changes to the contract system.
Yeah.
They've always been a bit quick to disappear and stuff, but I thought the better contracts mod was supposed to have fixed and solved all that.
Yeah.
Dinner is served. Yeah, dinner was served, and I wasn't very happy about it.
Why
Jimpy.
haven't they fixed it yet? It's been going on for a year now.
I'm fed up of getting my dinner served in the middle of streaming. So I gave the chef a slap and said, "Don't cook for me ever again. You're fired." Because it's just getting ridiculous. You know, they've gone back in, you know, after a couple of months, not being obviously horrible or anything, but after my dad died, there was a couple of months where meals were really good and meal times were pretty decent. And now it seems like, unfortunately, it's gone back to this routine again where it has to be 6 o'clock. Dinner has to be 6 o'clock. Can't be at any other time. And it just doesn't work for me when I'm streaming and doing my content and stuff. So I'm like, no. I will go back to doing my own meals if you can't cook at a sensible time of the day and provide dinner at a sensible hour. I'm not going to hear the end of that. Sure, that's going to be moaned about and complained about for the next week, and every single stranger that the chef bumps into will hear the life story. And
Yeah, but what is the sensible time to you? It's also difficult.
well, again, for me, ideally, based on the fact that I don't really do a lunch at lunchtime, I would quite happily like to eat at about maybe 3 p.m, 4 p.m. and be done. I have something in the morning when I first get up, so I always have something to eat after I've had my medication at about 9 o'clock. So I always have something between 9 and 10. So if I could have my lunch stroke dinner at 4, round between 3 and 4, I'd be happy. But
We don't have any regular dinner times either, so whatever it suits us. If it doesn't suit me, then I don't get anything. That's it. Take care of myself.
I mean, I quite regularly go and get food like at 1 or 2 in the morning, you know, because I get hungry at night. So
Wake the cook up and say, "Come on, cook something for me. I'm hungry now."
quite happy to eat when I'm quite happy to go by listen to my body and eat when it's hungry rather than eat by when somebody tells me it's time to eat, you know. Just because the Brits say that 1 o'clock is dinner time doesn't mean it has to be dinner time for me.
What do you want to do? I mean, if you are like, you're now only 2 people in the house, 3. It's easily manageable. But if you are 5 or 6,
Well, yeah, if you're 5 or 6 people, then obviously it needs to be a bit more organised. But there's only 3 of us in this house now, so let 2 of them take care of themselves. The ones with the funny diets that eat funny things anyway. And for me, who's quite simple to feed, because I only eat like half a dozen things, I'll sort myself out, you know? Be interesting to see if I was to step on the scales. I ought to step on the scales again soon, see how much I currently weigh. And see whether I've actually put weight on again since I stopped doing cooking. Because I lost loads of weight when I was cooking for myself and doing all my stuff. And then once the chef took over again, I bet I've put weight on because I've had crap food. Lemken. Saltaire 12. Good seed of this. Be nice to see all the horse gear at the end of the month in the new DLC. But obviously won't be able to use that on the server.
Well, not.
Oh, because you won't have it, will you?
Well, I could buy it. If it's anything worth buying. Just didn't want to pay for the season pass where I only, in the end, only use one DLC. You know, because the rest crap.
I have got a pizza next to me as well, as part of my dinner. But the problem is, it's not a kind of pizza that I can pick up and eat by slices, because everything's just going to fall straight. All the toppings are going to just fall and slide off of it.
It's self-made? Self-made pizza?
No, it's not a self-made pizza. The base is definitely bought, but then they put their own toppings on, the chef has. And it basically looks like they've put a tin of baked beans on it. Baked beans tend to be quite slippy, slidey food. That normally you have to eat with a knife and fork.
You need some controller suitable. It's a new marketing gap. Buy this controller suitable food, finger food.
What I just need is a big liquidizer that I can pour the thing into, the pizza into, have it liquidise it, and I could drink it then, drink the pizza through a straw.
No, thank you.
That'd be the easiest way to have meals when you're streaming and content making. Stuff that you can sip on. You know, people make smoothies out of fruit and vegetables, so why don't they make it out of other food as well? You know, do like a roast dinner smoothie.
It's a smooth.
You know, let's have a roast dinner smoothie, ladies and gents, on a Sunday.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
Plenty of gravy?
like gravy with meat.
What did you have for your dinner, Jimpy? If yours was so awesome, what did you have? This is the bit where you get to torment me and tease me now by saying that your dinner was better than mine.
And we all get hungry.
And we all get hungry. Exactly.
You said 9 with food?
Roast chicken, roast potatoes, mixed veg, gravy and Yorkie puds. So you had Sunday lunch. You had traditional Sunday lunch then, Jimpy. Yeah. No gravy dinners for us today. It's too hot. Plus to me, what you've just typed there in chat is what I affectionately refer to as Christmas dinner. And I kind of really only like that at Christmas now. It's like that's the one day of year where I will eat it. You know, I'm kind of a little bit bored of having that 2 or 3 times a week.
Just testing field 9.
You're not missing your Sunday dinner. That's exactly the mentality my sister has. She has that mindset. She doesn't care what day of the week it is, or what time of year it is, or what the weather's like. She wants her 2 roast dinners a week. She wants a Sunday roast, she wants a Wednesday roast. She does. Whereas me, I'm quite happy not to bother with roast dinners anymore. I can take it or leave it. And in this time of year, in the summer, I'm happy to leave it. In fact, I'm happy to leave hot food altogether this time of year.
Can you look at field 9 where I just drove? Do I do some destruction? Or
You're doing crop destruction. You're using the wrong tractor. You're using something with big wheels.
It's just first growth stage. Should be fine, but there are two producing two lines that I don't know what. If you go to the weeding section, or if you make weeding and turn on, I don't know what turn on. I get also some blue lines like the wheel. You see, don't see that in yours.
No, not on my screen.
Not sure what I have set it to. That I,
No, on my screen it looks like you are removing the weeds and just leaving it in the growth stage. The growing of the crop, according to me.
I mean, it looks like it in when I look at the screen, the tractor. But if I look at the map, I also get two little blue lines following. And I don't know what it is. Whether it needs rolling or it has the color of rolling.
No, I'm not seeing anything funny. There's some weeds still here.
And since it's only the first growth stage, shouldn't do any.
Ah, it says weed partial hoe. It looks like you've only partially weeded our field.
What?
Weeding, the weeder might not be enough looking at the status.
Okay.
Because you're leaving some weeds behind. Which it says hoe. We don't have a hoe, so carry on weeding, removing the weeds that you can. The ones that you leave behind. We'll just have to put up with this year, and we'll get a hoe.
The wheels, maybe when I drive across these weeds, they will be killed, and that's what it looks like.
I left cruise control on and drove halfway across the map. Drove across the wrong field. No harm done though, because it's a contract, so I didn't have access to that land. Something's kicking off in the football club WhatsApp group, and I can't go and check on it at the moment because I've got the YouTube stream on my phone, but it seems like some people are having quite an argument. I think it's to do with the player sponsorship situation. I think. Because I'm pretty sure, having spoke to Anna this afternoon myself personally, because she asked me about sponsoring a player, if I was interested. I said I would be, but I'm still disappointed that last year I sponsored 2 players and never heard anything about it. And she came back to me and said, yeah, Sophie made a lot of mess-ups last year. There was a lot of problems with last year's player sponsorships. But hopefully this year's will be better because somebody else is organising and running all of that. But yeah, I think they announced, the club have posted, because we signed 6 players, they've gone ahead this evening and posted an article on the website saying, hey, player sponsorships now available for our 6 new signings. And I think some of the people like me from last year who didn't get anything despite sponsoring are a little bit annoyed.
Yeah.
Because I sponsored a player who was only at the club for 2 weeks and then he disappeared. Never saw him again. Never got the shirt that I paid for. And then I sponsored another player as a result, the player that came in and replaced him. Yet weirdly, the next week, when the programme for the match, it got somebody else's name in the programme as being his sponsor. And I was like, well, that's not right, because I did it. So, yeah. we've got somebody else in charge of it this year who's hopefully going to do it much better. But I'm waiting to see. I mean, out of the 6 players that we signed today, I do not want to sponsor any of them because they're all like proper athlete looking people, and their shirts and stuff won't fit me come the end of the season. So I need the club to sign a fat player so that when I get the shirt it will fit me.
I only sponsor people that weigh more than 90 kilos.
Yeah.
Then there comes the muscle guy with 90 kilos.
It's like when you go to a theme park. You have to be above a certain height to ride on this ride.
Yes.
It's like that for player sponsorships. You must be of a certain height and size before I can sponsor you. Especially as this year, anyone who sponsors a player gets a match-worn home shirt, a match-worn away shirt, and a match-worn training kit.
Oh, they smell.
All signed by the player, and your photo with the player.
Are they washed?
Washed. If it's match-worn, it's not going to be washed, is it, Mr. Hilliard?
But it must stink. I wouldn't want. A stinky.
Yeah,
shirt.
stinky, sweaty shirt,
Whatever.
definitely. Gotta have it.
Ugh.
Put it in a frame, put it on the wall.
But then you don't wear it.
I don't know,
It
because
doesn't
it's a
matter what-
collector's item.
Yes, but just said you want to wear it.
I might wear it
The big
once. End of season, final game kind of thing. Presentation night or whatever. I think we've got a quiz night coming up soon.
And the special deals, you also get his underpants. Whoa.
I ought to go along to the quiz night.
And the underpants are put in a bag for everyday smelling.
I tell you what, you joke about that, but there was a guy, one of the steering committee people who was on about trying to get sponsors for the players' underwear.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get people to sponsor players' underwear and even the socks. And we're like, that's going a bit far now. Good evening, Bendy. How are you? Welcome on into the stream. Nice to see you. I mean, I agree with obviously getting sponsorships because obviously it does keep the club running, and it keeps obviously, the club's
Sponsor
future.
the towels or the bag.
But there comes a point where if you have too many logos on the players, they begin to look a bit stupid. Begins to look a bit stupid when it's just fucking adverts and logos everywhere. You kind of lose your identity a bit.
And the player that you sponsor doesn't have his name on the back. It's got your name on the back.
You're good, thank you. Hope you're well. I am well, yes. I've had a nice weekend. Very nice weekend. So far. Touch wood. Looking forward to next week as well. Got some ideas for some content to record tomorrow, which will be useful. Some farm sim tutorial type content rather than let's play type stuff, so that'll be quite interesting for me to record. That'll give me a bit of a brain workout. So yeah, it's all good at the minute. Obviously, we're doing a little bit of multiplayer this evening. We've got Mr. Helgi on the map. He's currently in the middle of weeding one of our fields, having done the contract. I'm doing a seeding contract at the moment for some poppies. And then there's fertilising. There's a couple of ploughing contracts. It might be time for me to go ploughing after doing this. If Mr. Helgi fancies a bit of fertilising, he can do a bit of fertilising. We're just earning money at the moment, as we are only in our first November here on the map. So we only started like a week ago on the map, and our starting farm only has 3 fields attached to it that we own. So we got those done pretty quickly in terms of getting them ploughed, getting them stoned, getting them fertilised, getting them seeded, etc, etc, etc. So now we're waiting for our actual harvesting. So we're now working for all the other farmers on the map as they keep offering us jobs. And it's alright at the moment. Obviously we don't have any animals or anything at the moment because we don't have any way of supporting them. Because we haven't got any stuff. We haven't harvested anything. Particularly when it comes to grass, we don't have any grass fields of our own, so we can't get any grass or hay or anything like that at the moment. There are only 2 grass fields on the whole map presently, and they're both owned by the AI, and they're also quite small. So at some point in time, when we buy a field, we're going to have to make that into a grass field to be able to get enough stuff to look after cows and sheep and everything. Because especially as we've got 2 cow pens at the farm. And of course we've got all the extra animals on this map, haven't we? We've got all the goats and ducks and weird things. Loads of weird animals on this map we can buy and put into the pens.
Youngish animals.
We can have young animals as well, yeah, that grow up into bigger animals. So like we get the calves for the cows, then we get the heifers, which are like the teenage cows, and then we end up with the cows. And we've got to have bulls as well. We've got to have bulls for them to be able to reproduce. All complicated stuff. Way more complicated than vanilla farm sim. It just adds a whole level of complexity to that mechanic of the game. My lovely clean tractor. Thanks to this, thank you farmer for putting lime all over this field. I mean, it's nice that the AI farmers do lime spread their fields in FS22, but I'd prefer it if they didn't do it before I was asked to come and do seeding.
He could have removed the stone.
If he could have removed the stones, that would have been more useful. Wouldn't it? Quite right. As all our equipment takes a battering.
He looks terrible now. With the way Stevie's setting it up. More realistic. Just thought about it. You could roll up its wrap it like a wrap.
You know, if they wanted to make it actually a bit more realistic, what they should do as well is every so often when you're doing like ploughing or cultivating, you should pull up one of those great big stones like Millennial Farmer gets, that you have to go and get a front loader to go and dig out because it's too big for the stone picker or the rock picker, and to remove that from the field you need to go get like your proper bucket, your proper digger, That would be kind of cool, little thing. Just throw you a little curveball.
Are they called Findling? Or something like that? Well, in Germany they're called Findling. Like leftover from the Ice Age glacier coming through Europe. Leaving a big boulder on your...
Big boulders, yeah. I like what the Welkers do. When they dig the big boulders out of the field, they put them in their cannon.
And shoot them.
And they shoot them, yeah. They shoot them across the border into Canada.
And the war starts. Huh? There goes the war. Okay, shooting cannon.
Well, it guarantees that the stones aren't going to find the way back onto the field. If it's in a whole different country.
Well, without passport, no way. God, that field takes ages.
At least look on the bright side. When the Horse DLC comes out at the end of the month, you get a nice 24.5 metre weeder. That only requires a 200 horsepower tractor to pull it, so weeding can be done in just a few minutes. Job done. But yeah, I think 25th of July the new DLC comes out. Giants have been quite quick to spin that one round.
How much is the horse DLC?
Let me find out. Let me find out for you, Mr. Helby. Why am I currently showing us offline? I shouldn't be showing us offline. I'm not showing us offline. I am online. That's the horse DLC. Horse pack. The horse pack is currently on sale until the 24th of July. It is €8.99 if ordered now. That's the Giants website price. Using my lovely affiliate code as well. I don't know what the Steam price is. I've not looked.
New map and machines.
Yeah, you get the horse map as well.
$8.99.
And you get 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10,
Yeah,
12, 14 pieces of equipment.
That's definitely a better deal than all the rest so far.
Yeah, with the horse map from Nesmost, Czech Republic.
I mean, if we use that one on the map, I'd try it. Except that it might limit other players to join. But
Well,
so
yeah,
far,
that's...
the question is who's going to join.
Yeah, because if you have that as if you have that map as a multiplayer map, then that means everybody that wants, everyone wanting to play it has to own that DLC. So that would limit players to only those with the horse DLC installed. Which is a bit of a shame. And it's the same, like say, if you want to use the if I wanted to use the horse equipment on this map, Everybody's got to own that DLC. It would have been nice if Giants had found a way with the DLC to do it like they did with the pre-order equipment and like the collector's edition stuff, where you can use that on a server, but only the players who have it installed can see it and use it. It doesn't stop people joining the server, but obviously the people that didn't pre-order or didn't get the collector's edition, they can't use the equipment on the map.
That is somehow possible. Well,
A bit like in Call of the Wild, if you don't buy an expansion, but you can still play multiplayer if somebody hosts it, can't you? Even if you don't own the map, you can go into multiplayer and play on that map if somebody's hosting it. I think that's how it should work in multiplayer in Farm Sim. If the server admin owns the DLC and has installed it, then anybody who joins the map should be able to use it on that server.
yeah.
But certainly in the past Farm Sim games, there's been some nice DLC. Admittedly, it does seem like in FS2 they've kind of lost the ball a little bit with some of it. Some of it's not been very good at all. So I can understand the reasoning behind some people not rushing out and getting the Season 2 pass and waiting to see what all the actual DLC is before they commit. I can understand that.
I'm not
Based
sure
on
what's-
obviously what we got for Season 1, because a lot of the Season 1 stuff,
especially because of Season 1, that was a disappointment to me. That's why I wouldn't grant them to generously buy the Season 2 without knowing what's coming. I don't trust them anymore. And that's what you have to do. You have to trust them to bring out some good stuff. And
yeah.
so far, the horse pack is probably the best. to have put out
It's probably
in
the
Season
best
2.
pack so far out of what's come for Season 2. Because the Göweil stuff, it's some static balers. It's nice if you like baling, I suppose, but if you're not a big baling person, that DLC doesn't interest you. And the hay and forage stuff, again, it depends if you really like mowers on tractors and tedders and windrowers and stuff.
And then there was the forestry pack, wasn't it?
That was Season 1. The forestry map and stuff, which, that whole, the Silver Run DLC was of absolutely no concern to me at all, because I don't like doing forestry in Farm Sim. I don't like logging. It's not something I get a lot of pleasure out of doing. I do it on some maps if I want to make room and make fields for myself and make space, but it's not something I spend a lot of time doing. I much prefer to stick just to the farming side of Farming Simulator. It's why I don't think I'll be using the fire engine mod anytime soon either. I had a little bit of a test of it on Friday evening, but I can't see me using that.
Do you have your GPS switched on?
I do have my GPS on, yes.
Yes. On the screen.
I'm using my GPS all evening.
But yes, I see it. But do you have actually activated
Yeah.
guiding. Because it's not green.
My dots are green.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. No, they are not. They are
You are-
white.
You are colourblind, Mr.
No,
Hill.
they are green. No, they are green. Yeah.
You are colourblind.
Close up.
They look white because of the line on the field.
Okay.
All the lime kicking up and all the stones and stuff.
The
But it's
blue line
definitely-
looks good.
The blue line's not blue.
But from the distance, my line looks green. Even I'm closer.
That's
yours
that. I must admit that is something I've always kind of wanted to be able to change in the guidance steering mod. Is the colour of the lines, because I actually find the blue lines hard to see.
Yeah.
The green one I see very clearly, as I do the white one, but the blue ones for the tall width, I have a hard time seeing against the field background.
Maybe yellow or red would have been better. Or orange.
Yeah, a bright red or something would have stood out a little bit better, maybe. I don't know. But just having the colour pack, being able to just set the colour to whatever, you know.
Some people could have problems seeing green and red. Yeah.
Yeah.
They might want to have a different color.
People with red-green colour blind would be really, really having a hard time with the guidance steering mod.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, now I know what it is, because the wheels are destroying the weeds, all the weeds, but the weeder is only the small
Weeder's
weed.
only pulling out the small weeds, it's not pulling out the medium weeds which require the hoe. Interesting that we get two different lengths of weeds on one field in first growth since planting it. Normally it's like all the weeds are the same length, small, and then they go to medium, and then they go to long, and then at that point then you have to spray them. Once they've gone to long stage, the only way to remove them is with the sprayer.
Maybe there are fast growing weeds, slow growing.
Yeah, it looks like there's a mixture of weeds, growth rates. Yeah, get this poppy seeded, get paid. Ching. Get back to the store, pick up any pallets of seed that I left there, because I will have room for them now. As I am 60% full, so we've used just over a third of our starting seed on this field. Big selling complexes. Definitely going to need to get all this lime washed off when I get back to the farm as well. Doing alright for fuel, so I'm not going to worry about that. Although I may think about filling up the tank at the farm.
That tractor needs fuel and repair.
Which tractor needs repair?
The R8R.
The 8R, that's the one with the wheels then.
Well, they all have wheels, don't
Yeah, but this one's got tracks. This is the 8RX. So the 8R is the wheeled one. One with tyres.
Yep.
I remember what I've repaired so far. Repaired a few little bits and bobs. Right. That is Hoppy contract complete. Ching. 32 grand, look, for one contract. That's nice.
You can do the fertilizer contract because my job takes another hour, I guess.
Is the weeder really that slow? It's
Well,
a decent size.
12 kph.
It was like 12 metres though. Thought it would have made short work of our fields.
It's definitely wide. Meters.
12 metres is pretty decent.
But
As
it's
wide as
also
everything else.
going slow. Only 12
It's going
kph.
slowly. Now, you have double checked you haven't set your cruise control to the wrong speed again, have you?
It's 53.
Just checking. Just
I
checking.
don't know why you asked that question. No idea what you are.
Based on the other evening. Those of you that weren't in the stream on Thursday evening, Mr. Helgi was doing cultivating at a very slow speed. And it's because he'd forgot to change his cruise control back after I'd made him turn it down on the previous Sunday evening when doing the seeding. Because the seeder that we was using to start with on the map was going a little bit unrealistically fast. So we said, set the cruise control to the correct speed that the seeder should be driving at, and then I'll get rid of the seeder later on. And then somebody didn't change the cruise control speed back on their tractor, and then was doing cultivating and taking ages.
Yeah, all the weeders have a maximum speed of 12 kph.
Need to get the Bourgeot weeder off the mod hub. That's a nice big weeder. Trouble is that one requires about 400 horsepower to pull it. So that's why I'm kind of really looking forward to the Horsch one at 200 horsepower for a 24 metre weeder. So I can use that with quite small tractors then.
Oh.
Right, I'm just going to have a little whiz by on the way back to farm. I'm going to have a quick trip down to field 10 just to see if I can find out where this odd collectible is that's sitting there between field 10 and field 2, is it? Or field 1? Field 1 I think it is, or field 11, can't remember. It's one of them. It's one of the fields with a number.
Field with a number.
It's a field with a number.
2-digit number or a single-digit number.
I'm going to guess that the collectible is on top of that.
Windmill.
Yeah. Or is it? Because it's appearing over here somewhere. It's there. It wasn't at the windmill, but it was close to it. A bit further up the road. Hidden in the grass. There's Mr. Helgi doing his weeding. Look, everybody wave at Mr. Helgi. Hello, Mr. Hogan.
Hello. Howdy.
Oh, I forgot, didn't I? I said I was going to go to the shop to pick up the pallets of seed, and I've driven the wrong way back to the farm. Crap. Oh, I think it's raining again outside, because I can actually hear the rain, even though I'm wearing headphones. In fact, it's coming down quite hard outside. I don't know if stream can hear it.
We get something to drink and I check out some.
Definitely having the flowers watered tonight, we are. Jeez. Right, wash bay is just outside one of these sheds. So, I'm going to do the repairs. Repairs are here. Keep the equipment tip top. I'm not going to bother repainting it though. Oh, that tractor cost a bit of money to repair. Give it a wash. It's raining cats and doggies. It's raining cats and dogs. Oh, it's thundering. Okay, we're having a storm then, ladies and gentlemen. If the stream suddenly cuts out, it's because I've lost power. The storm's knocked the power out. So if I suddenly go offline in the next few minutes, that'll be why, ladies and gents. We will have had the power. We'll have had a power cut. It looks like we've got a storm hitting us. Right, let's go get the seed that I forgot to pick up. There will probably be a fertilising contract now for Field 19. There is. And I said I was going to do ploughing next, didn't I? On Fields 5 and 6. Which are weirdly fields next to me, aren't they? Are we not harvesting the sunflowers? And the cotton? Definitely think we need to invest in a grain cart at some point. Because let me just
no rain for us. Still hot.
yeah, we're having a storm. We are.
Cool.
So I was just saying to everybody watching the stream
electricity
that
enough.
if the stream suddenly disappears, It's because we've had a power cut. So we just keep going till we run out of power, basically. Tonight, we're streaming till I lose power.
2 weeks later.
Oh, are you doing this stupid thing again, game? I don't know why I have so much trouble refilling from Cedars.
Shall I give it a try? You can open it.
It seems like once I've partially filled from a pallet or a bag, the next time I come to fill the remainder, it will only let me do it if I manually pick it up and hold it above the cedar. If I just drive up to the pallet or the bag, it won't let me finish emptying it. No, it's not a mod. It's an empty. It's just an ordinary bag of seed. That giant's bag of seed. But I always seem to have this problem.
A mod for filling up many bags at the same time.
I have the bulk fill mod, yeah, but that shouldn't cause a problem.
But that's the only thing I could think of.
Because I've used that mod for yonkies years.
Yeah.
Yonks and yonks and yonks. Because Loki converted it for me for FS22. Because he's never actually released that mod to the public. As far as I know, I'm the only person with the bulk fill mod for FS22. Because he's never released it. And every so often when there's an update for the game and it breaks, I send him a Discord message, and then a few hours later he says, right, fixed it, and sends me a download link to download the correct working version again.
I mean, I didn't have a problem.
Oh, that rain is coming down quite hard. Trouble is, it's not great because it just bounces and runs off the surface. It doesn't actually penetrate into the ground and do your gardens any good. It just ends up going down drains.
Meaning that your ground is so hard already.
Yeah. You need persistent rain for a couple of hours. Yeah. You know, steady persistent rain for several hours to do the ground good and do your gardens good and do your lawns good. This kind of rain is just, all it does is smash and flatten everything.
Maybe it comes with hail and destruction.
Hail and destruction. Dun, 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 dun.
And sometimes you get these big ice balls like golf balls.
Well, they did last year, didn't? Was it last? Yeah, I think it was last year. I know Millennial Farmer. They got hit with a hailstorm quite late in the year, and it flattened a lot of their fields, a lot of their corn, a lot of their soybean crops, and that. And they ended up having to go through like the farmers' insurance. And I know Millennial Farmer, I'm sure he did a video. He says that they had like the guy from the insurance come out to the farm to have a look and estimate how much crop had been damaged, so they could calculate how much they were not going to pay him. He says, he joked. He says they're going to tell me, they're obviously going to come out and tell me how much they're not going to pay me. Yeah. He says, because that's what insurance companies do. He says they try to give you as little as possible.
I mean, if they wouldn't want to save money, they wouldn't have sent somebody. He just paid you.
Yeah. Field 5.
Meaning they don't believe you.
We don't believe you. We don't believe you. So it's field 5 and 6 to be ploughed. So one of those is the sunflower field. That's quite poor. And it's the cotton field. So yeah, strange ones that the farmer's not harvesting. that's a bit weird. That there's a couple of crops that have been harvest ready that should have gone to harvest. Contracts that have just gone straight instead to ploughing. Oh well. Farmers don't want to harvest their crops. Can't force them. But I don't know how they're going to stay in business if they don't. I believe it's only like 7:15 real life time right now. Already feels like I've been on the map for hours.
When you started at 3 o'clock or something.
It must have been later than that because I didn't start streaming till after Lee had done her stream. I've been live for 2.5 hours nearly, so that's what? Just between 4:30 and 5? I must have started streaming. Alright. Get a bit done.
When it's 8, 8:15 here.
8:15 for you,
And
yeah.
you started, what, 6?
2 hours ago would have been 6:15, and then half an hour before that would have been 6:45 for you, which would have been what, 4:45 for me.
So 5 something,
Yeah.
1700. Showed, yeah.
17:45, roundabout there.
Showed the time before 6 o'clock. Look at that. Another cotton field with it?
Yeah. And the sunflowers, disappointingly. I was hoping we might get to do the sunflower harvest. Pizza. I'm just eating the crusty bits because that's the only bit that I can pick up. The soft squishy bit just falls off and sits in the middle of my plate. So I'll have to eat the soft squishy bit later. So I'm just having to eat all the crust first. Do with some of that dip that they have at Domino's to dip it in. That garlic and herb dip. It's quite nice. Very nicely done. All going swimmingly. Cool.
Especially in the rain.
Swimming in the rain. I'm just swimming in the rain. Oh, what a jolly good feeling to be swimming in the rain.
You're right.
Don't actually know the words to the song.
What? Which song?
Singing in the
in the
rain.
rain?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know the whole word.
I don't know the lyrics, no. Surprisingly, that's one of the bits of useless information that my brain doesn't know. They best not ask that in the quiz in a couple of weeks. On quiz night, if they ask a question, what are the lyrics to Singing in the Rain, I won't know the answer. And I'm not going to look it up between now and then, just on the off chance it might be a question in the quiz, because I doubt it very much.
Would be a long answer.
Would be a very long answer. But yeah, quiz night.
But who was this? Who was the dancer?
Was it Fred Astaire?
Kelly.
Gene
Fred
Kelly?
Astaire. Fred Astaire. Gene Kelly? Fred Astaire.
I can't remember. I don't know. Well before my time.
I think Fred Astaire was the old guy. Eh?
Morecambe and Wise did a famous sketch to Singing in the Rain. I think I possibly have seen that, Jimpy, because I'm old enough.
Gene Kelly, yeah? What's
Gene
the
Kelly
dancer?
was in Singing in the Rain. Mm. Gene Kelly. Well, one thing's for certain, this rain isn't making it any cooler at the minute.
No, only more humid.
Hmm. We're making money, money, money. We're making pretty good money.
Well, I don't know that. Ending our field.
Well, you made quite a bit of money the other evening running around getting all them collectibles. And like I say, don't forget,
After that.
300 grand of the money you made, I went and put straight back in the bank manager's pocket to try and pay off some of the loan that we started with. Because we started with a 500 grand loan, didn't we?
It saves interest.
And I like to get rid of the loan quite early, so I'm not having interest payments every single day flashing up on screen when we forward time. And then we can just focus on saving up to buy the first field that we want to buy. And especially as we've got the self-imposed restriction that the next 3 fields that we buy have to be on the other side of the river to keep the balance in the universe. So we're probably going to be looking at field 19, which is 484 grand. Field 18 is 335,000. So we could buy field 18. There's field 15. And field 16. Field 16's 856,000. That's quite expensive.
335 is quite a bargain.
Yeah. And I know field 18 has got the soybeans on it. Has got soybeans growing on it. So if we was to buy field 18 now, we get 25% discount.
It's because of gas price.
But let's have a quick look. What contracts is there? There's field 18 fertilising, field 19 fertilising, and field 7 fertilising. So I would probably wait to buy field 18 until after the fertilising contract has been done. Because we might be able to get even more discount then. Plus, we'll have been paid for fertilising the field, and we'll get the benefit from it, because then we can harvest it.
Except that he's quicker with the harvesting than you think.
But the soybeans ain't grown yet, so
Yeah.
he ain't going to be harvesting them until they're grown. Right now, they ain't even visible on the. They weren't visible on the field, so
That would be a big surprise.
I'd be surprised if he's harvested them yet, because they weren't even visible when I did the last composting mission.
Yeah, it's first close.
Also, I want to check to see, did I do it in manure spreaders? I think I did it in manure. That's interesting. That one doesn't have it, but that one does.
What?
That one can spread manure and lime. That one can't.
Okay.
Those can't because they're all compost spreaders. All those manure spreaders can spread lime and manure. I'm trying to think. Lime spreading. For the future. Get a big manure spreader that we can fill up with loads of lime and do the fields. Yeah, quite like the old ploughing. Did you do your multiplayering the other day, Mr. Jim Pig? You said you was going to be doing some multiplaying with, was it Bendy? And you was going to be learning how to play the game. How did that go, if you did it? And if you didn't do it, why not?
And if you didn't do it, stand in that corner for half an hour.
Yeah, if you didn't do it, go stand in the corner. Face the wall. We never did. I don't know why, long. Tell you what. Speaking of standing in the corner, facing the wall and stuff like that.
You have that punishment? Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I definitely could have.
Must be
Definitely, I
worldwide.
definitely think somebody should have put it into action yesterday. Because when I was at the football yesterday, there was this lady and her husband, and she'd got two young kids with her. One, a little girl, who must have been, I think, about the age of 4. I think she was probably about. And then there was a little boy. She had a little boy who might have been about 2 or 3. And the little boy, he started to kick off and get a bit mardy and a bit miserable. And he just starts absolutely slapping the mother. He's absolutely smacking her. He is. And she's like, don't do that. Stop that. You're being naughty. And this kid's just absolutely wailing on her. And then the kid climbs on a chair behind her and just rears back and smacks her right in the side of the face. And it was a proper crack. You know, it was a good one. He caught her really well. And again, she's just like, oh, that's it. There'll be no ice cream for you later. And I'm stood there thinking, hang on a minute. This kid is beating the shit out of you. Why don't you stop him? Why don't you stop him? Why don't you give him a taste of his own medicine? Why don't you slap him?
Either he's got a medical issue. I shouldn't do it.
I wouldn't have done. I wouldn't let my kids get away with doing that.
I would hold his hands and ask him if he's right in the head. I mean, are you like your dad? Oh, God. No, I mean, we had punishments in the school, and most of it was correct on my part. Because we were bad behaving, and then we got smashed. And my parents didn't mind. You deserved it. And today? No way. Can't do that. And the kids know. But I guess the filling doesn't work. Should I fill up the tank here?
Yeah, you can fill up the fuel tank at the farm. I was going to do that when I came back with the seeder, but I forgot. That was the next job on my list of things to do, but then I started the ploughing contracts instead. 35 grand to fill up our fuel tank. Glad I did those ploughing contracts now. Glad I did that seeding contract. Just spent all the money I've earned today on liquid dinosaur bones for the farm.
That will last a while.
How many litres?
25,000.
25,000 litres of fuel. That's going to last us a day or two.
A day or two.
That'll last us a day or two. Won't it?
And here goes Plonk.
Maintenance. Repair.
Yeah.
Parents are too soft these days, in my opinion. They are.
Not only parents.
It's too easy. It's far too easy today for parents to say, oh, my kid's got this disorder. It's got this ism.
Yeah.
It's got this condition. And it's... No. Your kid's just badly behaved and needs a good smacked arse. That's what it needs. I'm sorry. Back when I was at school, there was none of this ADHD nonsense and stuff.
Yes,
you were just
there,
naughty.
Everyone got it.
You were just naughty. You were.
So, fertilizing? Something you want me to do? Or?
Yeah, do some fertilising contracts. And if you do it with the compost, it's great. It's grateful. Because it saves us money. So, field 18 and field 19 need doing, and as does field 7, which is the little field next to me. Before you get to the main road and go over the bridge. So you can start wherever you want.
What? Where's the machine? It's over there. What? Is the
Exactly.
which one is the? Oh no, there is a tractor already there.
The amount of times I got slack. Again, chat's cutting off all the text. When your dad asked you why you got slapped, he'd slap you again. That is so true. That's exactly what would happen to me as well. When I was a kid, if I was naughty, Mum would slap me. And then when Dad would get home from work, she'd tell Dad that I'd been naughty, and then he'd slap me.
I have an older brother, and my mother went to his teacher and said, if he badly behaves, you have my permission to slap him. And then my brother knew what happened if he badly behaves against the teacher. He will slap me, and he got permission. So I rather not badly behave.
Contract on field 6 is half complete. Nice to know.
It's also interesting when you drive across the bridge, your GPS lines are on the ground underneath.
Yeah, the GPS does do weird things like that, where its lines go under the bridge. I think auto drive does the same. It tends to put its lines under the bridge as well. So, respect to the auto drive guy if he's managed to get the lines above the bridge.
Right.
Not actually checked. We should have auto drive routes available to us, but I've obviously not used any auto drive people. Everything's set up, all the fields, the gas station, all the sell points, start a farm bunker, start farm animals, start a farm locations, everything's there. Start a farm. Jet wash station. I like to leave that one. If I'm ever going to send anything back to the farm, I'll usually send it to the jet wash, then it's kind of out of the way. But yeah, I've not used the auto drive guy's route yet. I've not like opened this map up in single player and had a play around to see how good his route is and his destinations and everything. So it'll all be a learning experience when we get round to doing stuff. I know Mr. Helgi doesn't bother with auto drive, so he won't use it. But you never know, I might find a reason to at some point. It's less important. It's one of those mods that's much less important in multiplayer. But yeah, it's so vital in single player to getting stuff done.
I mean, I like the auto drive or follow me.
Follow me. Yeah, I'm sure that's come out for FS22, but I've not downloaded it and tried it yet to see how it compares to the FS19 version. Because again, harvesting, follow me is quite good for single player harvesting, because you can keep the grain cart running next to you, can't you? But unloading whilst you're harvesting, which is quite handy. It would solve that problem then of auto drive, taking forever to respond to you and service you. But you could then always jump into the grain cart and then auto drive to go off and sell it and come back to the field for you, which is quite handy. Which field have you gone to first?
18.
You've gone to 18. Awesome. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if after you've completed that contract, whether we get any more discount on the field. And if so, might be worth buying it. Say cheers, farmer.
Do it first.
Cheers, farmer. You've done all the work. You've paid us to do all the work on your field. Now we'll just buy the field.
Since we know how well it was cared for.
Yeah.
Because we did it ourselves.
To be honest, though, he should give us another 25 grand off because he didn't pick up the stones.
Yeah.
He ought to say that. Say, hey, dude, you owe us. You should knock a bit more off because you haven't stone picked. My guy, my fella. There'll probably be some seeding
The little
contracts.
tractor is quite strong, the Massey Ferguson.
Yeah, I did quite like those little masses. They were quite... Compared to the 7R, they were about the same power as the 7R. Two masses at a ball. But amazingly, I managed to get both masses for the price of one 7R. So... Obviously, when it comes to John Deere, a lot of the time it seems like you're paying for the name.
Not even real life.
There's a lot of markup there for the name, I think. Because we did start out with a 7R on the map, and I took it and sold it straight away because I realised out of the whole starting fleet of equipment that Stevie gives you on this map, not a single tractor that you start with comes with crop-friendly wheels. And I was like, if we're going to be doing fertilising and weeding and stuff, we're going to need something that we can drive over crops with.
Except that the...
And weirdly, none of the tractors...
Yoshida doesn't have any crop-friendly fuel.
No, admittedly that's the one little bit you've kind of got to suspend reality on.
I mean, on contracts, it doesn't matter.
On contracts it doesn't matter, but obviously we wouldn't use the compost spreader on our fields that are growing. We would have to use the normal fertiliser for that. Look at that, field free weeding for $970. Done some ploughing. Will there be any seeding to do? Now there's two brand new fields ready. I'm waiting. Contract on field 18 is 20% completed. Helgi's getting stuck in.
I was hoping it would have been 50.
50% completed. Well, that'll be another 5 minutes.
Maximum.
Just about 5 minutes. Must admit, I did say that to somebody the other day. Somebody was asking like how long it would take to get to, is it Manchester from here, where I live, from the town where I live, and I says, it'd take you about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Depends on the transport.
Take you about 5 minutes. Only takes 5 minutes. Mr. Helgi says.
A jet in flight would take 4 minutes.
Mr. Helgi says it only takes 5 minutes. Field 6. Sow with sunflowers. Okay. Field
Yeah,
5,
like
sow
5
with
fields.
cotton.
Time left for the contract, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Longest 5 minutes ever. That award goes to the sugar beet harvest on the Elm Creek map in FS19.
Takes a week. Yeah.
Some people would say that 5 minutes took 2 weeks.
I'm insiders. And it's time to start the stream. Sugar beet harvest.
I think the storm's gone now. It stopped raining too. Woohoo! So field 6 with sunflowers. Very nice. Yeah, a bit of sewing. Just bouncing from contract to contract to contract at the minute. Oh, tablet's gone off again. It doesn't like being on that page. If I just have the stream chat open, it's like, no, I'm going to time out after a few minutes. So if I go to the stream page, then it tends to stay live. The trouble is, if people type in the chat, I can only read half of it because it gets clipped off the side of the screen. I don't know why they can't get the formatting right. I must admit, I haven't tried the app recently. if it loads better in the app now. I know they did do the updates of the apps last week. But then I also read somewhere that they're going to do a complete rebuild and redesign of the apps.
Well, it has different tablets and different operating system.
Yeah, I did repair everything. I'll just need fuel next time I go back to the farm.
I'm afraid if they fix this menu button, I will always use pressing double B when to get out of the menu in the future.
Yeah, because you have to press double
Because
B,
of
otherwise
muscle
you
menu.
need to turn off the cruise control that gets turned on, and you also leave the menu.
Yeah. Because my muscle memory will remember double B.
Yeah, my muscle memory's not great anymore for gaming. Not for certain types of games. I was doing the Robocop beta test thing, and there's one part. There's a little bit in that game where you have to shoot targets against the clock. You're kind of on a timed thing where you have to shoot these targets at a gun range.
I don't like that.
And to try and score points, and you have to get over a certain score to be able to advance the game. I fucking couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, even on the easiest setting, easiest difficulty. Couldn't do it at all with controller, and even when I switched back to mouse and keyboard, because obviously mouse is a little bit better for shooting type games, I still really struggled to do it.
I think real
And then-
in real life
and then
it's easier
I see-
because
I
I
saw
think it
peop-
in real life.
I saw people in the Discord group posting scores of, oh, I got 257 on it, and I'm like, fucking hell! The highest I could score was 19.
19.
Yeah, and there's people posting scores of like 257 and ridiculous numbers, and I'm like, what the frick? I mean, I assume they're the type of people that spend all their life playing shooter games. You know, they're the sort of people that spend all week playing Fortnite or COD. You know, don't play anything else.
Mm.
That'll probably be the only thing about that game when it eventually comes out that lets me down a bit about the game, is the fact that the shooting is so hard. All the other stuff in the game, like the investigating crimes and finding clues and stuff, all that kind of stuff, I enjoy that. That's quite nice. But then all the gunfights against fucking drug dealers and stuff, it's like, oh my god.
Well, I already had problems in the Mafia game doing that.
See, I didn't find the Mafia games too hard. I thought they were just about right for me when I played through those. Well, I never finished the third one, but the first Mafia and Mafia 2, they were quite, I enjoyed them. I know I played the remastered versions. I didn't play the originals, but I quite enjoyed those games.
Never finished 1 and never started 2 and 3. But maybe just because there was some other game coming out that I played. You know? Or maybe too much farm sim. I have no idea.
I'm trying to think when the Mafia games came out, because I did Let's Plays on them. First and second game. They are on the YouTube channel somewhere. And I did complete both games, both series, which is unusual for me to complete a game like that. There's so many games on the YouTube channel that I started and then never finished. And I know that didn't help me as a YouTube channel to grow and get viewers and stuff. That kind of hurt my channel algorithm. But I'd like to think all the years of farm sim content that I've been doing now has made up for all of that, because all my Let's Plays get finished. And any other games I've played, I've tended to say have been like short one-offs or tiny little like series. Well, I'm only going to play the game for like 6 videos or something. Let people know ahead of time. That's good. Definitely liking the map so far.
Yeah, nice. Good quality. No weak bugs, whatever. I think you can check the price now.
Contract on field 18 has completed. It is still $335,354. I think 25% is the maximum discount you can get. But you know what?
Makes sense.
Let's buy it. Why not? Our first field on the far side of the river, ladies and gents. Dun, dun, dun.
Very different. Oh, I'm on field 20, not field 9.
That'd be a nice soybean harvest to come. See what we've already got loads of. Got quite a bit of compost, 177,000 litres. Quite a bit of straw, 196,000 litres. Some wheat, got some canola, got some sorghum, got some soybeans. Some honey.
How did we get honey? How did we get honey?
Because we've got the bees.
Okay.
We've got the beehives behind the greenhouses. And they're producing all the time. I need to place one of those little sheds down so the honey goes into the little sheds. So we haven't got to keep going and moving the pallets ourselves. One of the animal auto shipping containers, which, despite what the name suggests, does not automatically ship animals. Because that, honestly, with the butcher mod, would be very useful if you could automatically ship animals. But no, it takes the products from the animals and automatically ships them. So, for example, if you've got sheep, it will automatically take the wool from the sheep and distribute that to any productions that you need wool in. Same for the chickens. If you place one of the buildings down, it will automatically take and store the eggs that the chickens produce, and then it will distribute those to any productions that you need them to have eggs. And same with the bees. It will take the honey and it will distribute the honey to wherever. I think in the DD mods, the DD sugar factory will actually take honey and turn it into sugar, which is a bit weird.
Yeah.
But it's one way to make sugar, an extra way.
Could use honey as a sweetener.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do with the greenhouses, because I know we've got 2 of Stevie's greenhouses at the farm, but I don't know whether it's probably better in the long term to remove those, sell those, and replace them with the DD ones, because then obviously if we go down the DD production road, we'll actually have greenhouses that make the right products. And the DD greenhouses do use manure as well as water, so they still require that extra element adding to them. I need to take a bio break in a second. My legs are starting to get a little bit twitchy. Got the leg shakes going on again. 43%. Full of seed with a cotton sponsored. Somebody's sponsored something. Bet that's a player. Bet a player's been sponsored. Oh no. Hope it's not the man that I was going to sponsor. Oh, they have. They've sponsored Sam Muggleton. Damn it. I was going to sponsor him. He's our long throw expert. Damn it. Somebody's beat me to the punch. Again, I'm so... Rage. Rage mode activated.
But you wanted to have a big guy.
Huh?
You wanted to have a big guy that you want to sponsor.
Dude, yeah. I also
Because of the
wanted...
show.
I also wanted to sponsor probably the best player that we're going to have this season as well, just so I can say to everybody, at least I sponsor the best player. You know. Right, I need cotton now. Cotton? There we go. Find out if they've done sponsor pack option 3 or whether they've just done option 1. That's the thing. Right, I'm going to take a bio break. I'll be back in a second. I'll just pull the headphone cables out. Headphones. Headphones. Plug them in for about the 58th time today. I think I need to get a I think I need to super glue them in next time. And it will stop pulling out, won't it?
No, it will then be damaged when you pull the cable out of the plug. Not just the plug. Because then you're running the risk of tearing the cable. And
I think this is about my 3rd or 4th cable now since I had these headphones. I've definitely replaced this cable a few times. Because the little connector on the end keeps getting knackered. Because it's a small connector, it's not a normal headphone connector on the end.
never had a problem with the connect on the same headphone.
Damn, this is using tons of seed.
Can you confirm that you understand what I'm saying?
Understand what you're saying?
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear the words that are coming out of your mouth.
But you're not understanding what I'm saying. Ah, I see.
Well, does nobody understand the words that are coming out of your mouth? That's a Rush Hour reference, that is. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a good classic movie.
I did see that movie. Yeah. Jackie Chan? Was it, no?
Jackie Chan. I don't know why, but I've got this weird feeling that they're actually making another one of those movies. I don't know why I get that thought in my head, but I'm sure I've heard somewhere they were making another Rush Hour film. It's been a long time since the last one.
Oh, yeah.
But they've got to keep bringing back all these old characters. They have. You know, they've just brought back Indiana Jones, and they just brought back Michael Keaton as Batman.
We all waiting for Harry Potter 8.
Harry Potter?
They bring all these old movies when they have to bring Harry Potter 8.
Well, they are going to do a new Harry Potter film.
Or the children of Harry Potter.
Yeah, I think it's based on the children. Because didn't they do a like a theatre show or play
I have no idea.
based on the children?
They want to make more money.
Now they want to turn that into a film. But the dude who played Harry has already said he's not going to be in it.
No, we had a hard time getting rid of the image to do something else.
Yeah, he's already said he has no interest in returning. The others might, though, because they haven't had such good careers after. So they might come back for a payday.
Yeah.
Ron and Hermione and all of them.
I mean, Hermione played some roles.
Malfoy, he probably might be in it, because obviously he hasn't done much since Harry Potter.
Well, he also had some roles.
Well, he was in that one series of Blitz.
Yeah.
He was in that one series of Blitz, and I haven't really seen him in anything else. I like it. I liked him in Blitz. Barry, are you telling me you went to the Planet of the Apes? I think what somebody needs to do though, somebody needs to come up with Farming Simulator, the movie. That needs to be the next big Hollywood franchise. Or HBO Max series. You know, because we've had like The Last of Us. That. I think the next big video game that needs to be turned into a movie or TV series should be Farm Sim.
Factorio movie.
Factorio the movie.
Or Bumblebee tries to leave the planet.
Dyson's Fear the movie. Yeah. Bumblebee. Although mine doesn't look like Bumblebee anymore. Mine looks like Buzz from Toy Story. Because I changed the skin of my Bumblebee.
Yeah.
That's a game I've not played for a while. Need to check if it's been updated lately. Whether all my mods are out of date.
You have now enemies, huh?
Do they have enemies now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Once.
shiza.
Yeah.
Shiza. Well, that's that game dead to
But
me
I
now
have-
then.
I haven't played that game. And when they announced that there will be a swarm type enemy, I said, fuck you.
Yeah, I had no interest in playing Dyson's Sphere if they've added enemies then. Because now they have turned it into Factorio.
I mean, they definitely affect your game only in the late game, I think. If at all. Because you have to produce some defense weapons. Or defense systems. You know. Just another production branch they added. That's
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess then that the #1 mod to download on that mod site will be remove the swarm. Remove the swarm update.
I think you can play peaceful mode like it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just like trying to build stuff in Dyson Sphere and trying to get my production chains and making sure I was producing enough of stuff and
Yeah.
worrying about all that. I don't want to have to be worrying about defending myself and defending my planets and my
But they
star
want to make
system, solar
more of the
systems.
game. They want to increase the volume of the game. Whatever.
Well, they did that with the fucking stupid painting update thing.
Yeah.
Where you have to do the spray painting of all the materials and all the
Yeah.
fucking things.
Which is another production train.
Sit there watching Millhouse. Oh, you've got to have your proliferated materials. And oh, fuck off, Millhouse. I don't care for spray painting, you twat.
He's jumping onto this type of game and then he destroys it by
You just made the list!
making everything.
Tranquil,
streamlined.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel, Tranquil. Welcome to the stream. Dyson Sphere. See, I never built a Dyson Sphere in Dyson Sphere because the last achievement was for making white cubes,
Yes.
and I got that. It was like mission complete. You've produced
Yeah.
white cubes. Job done. There was actually no achievements for building a Dyson Sphere.
Probably not. But I started one, building one. But that's
You need to get all the little rockets and all the little
yeah.
oh, the structure material, high density structures, and launch them into space on with your rail guns, as well as your
Then you have to have these energy
solar
spheres
sails,
and stuff.
and you have to have your photon receivers and everything.
Yeah, right. No, I did that, and then the thing is that you can increase the production and optimize production, and that's it. Let's say I like the beginning, the start of the game to a certain degree, and that's it. Lose interest. The only thing that they now can do is that you have different starting conditions, different planet configurations.
Yeah,
Wait,
I think when you start a game, after you've already completed the game, you
always
should
the
be able to.
same.
It's always the same. The universe is always the same, with the same starting planet, with the same materials, raw materials, and then you've
Sometimes
got
you get
your
ice
hydrogen
from
planet, and then
gas.
you get your lava planety thing.
Yeah, and the gas planet. Sometimes
They need to
you
mix
get
that
ice,
up.
Sometimes you get something else.
They should mix that up a bit more, so your starting universe can be a bit different on a new game plus type playthrough.
It's slightly different, but not really much.
I'm back with a fresh pot of tea. Jimpy's drinking tea.
Looks like a British. Traditional British food. Classic British.
Need to get everybody upgraded to Wraith. That's what we need. Need to get everybody drinking the Wraith.
I'm not sure what that is. But I learned how to drink tea in Britain. How to make tea quick way with peachy tips.
PG tips. Made by
Everyone in
monkeys.
Germany wants, well, everyone in Germany wants to make a fuss about making tea and how many minutes you have. And that's just not the way that I learned it in England.
Gotta make sure that
sugar in, put the
each
peachy
individual
tips in
tea
hot
leaf has
water,
been
and then
correctly
steer
infused with the
and then you
water
have-
before you remove the bag.
Then you have the tea bag until the color of the tea is right, then just put the tea bags out. And I mean, the good thing about English tea is that you can leave it in the pot. It can be black after half an hour, but it does not taste bitter. It does not have the tendency to taste bitter like German black tea or what we get normally in Germany. Just add hot water.
Because we're experts. Experts at tea making, we are.
Germany tends to make rules for everything and recipes that you have to follow to the millimeter, and like going into a sauna you have to do this and that and this and that. And Finland invented the sauna, and they just go there to get sweaty, That's all. And they drink beer in the sauna. Thing about it. And in Germany, there are rules pinned to the walls that follow. Don't sit on the wood with your naked ass. Nobody cares in Finland. I'm sure if you go to a fancy restaurant that they can make your Earl Grey in a certain way. Probably the case. But 90%
Earl
of
Grey.
them don't care. Earl Grey is the perfect.
My mum drinks Earl Grey, and sometimes I make her a cup of tea, and it just smells wrong and looks wrong. I mean, I don't drink tea. I've never drunk tea. Never will drink tea.
You're not Brit.
But no, not for me. That ain't.
You are not Johnny
Earl Grey. I don't even think my dad liked that. My dad used to hate that as well. He was like, oh. Sometimes, obviously, she'd make the tea for him and her, and then get the cups mixed up, and she'd hand him her Earl Grey, and he'd take a swig and go, ah!
But is it not perfume or something?
I don't know. Right, I need to refill the seeder because I've used all the seed doing those 2 contracts. So I'm going to go to the store because pallets are cheaper at this moment in time, or bags are cheaper than using the machine at the farm. Also, I don't have to worry about putting the wrong stuff in it. Not that I don't think I can put fertiliser in this, so we shouldn't have that problem. We would only be putting seed in, but at the moment, seeing as all the seeding is being done on contracts, I don't want to spend lots of money on seed for contracts. I'd rather do the contracts for as cheap as possible. Not that I'm giving the farmers cheap seed, lower quality substandard product. But if I'm doing seeding contracts, I don't want to be spending 10 grand on seed for the seeder when 2 or 3 grand will do the job.
He's 18 needs line and rolling, but we can't do that.
No.
Because something's growing. Soybeans are already growing.
No, we've inherited the field in its current condition. We'll make use of it, and then we'll sort it out properly after we've harvested it and get it up to our usual high standard of proficiency. A fish in the sea. Oh no, there's that floating ice cream cart, look.
Oh yeah, it's up in the air. TV.
It's up there in the air. It's up there in the sky. Floating. That might be one of those things that is just a leftover from me starting the save on the original version of the map. And then obviously we've now gone through 3 updates for the map. But I've kept the original save, so that probably won't ever get fixed.
Okay.
Not for us anyway. Probably fixed for everybody else who does what Stevie says and starts a new save. Right, I want 5 bags of seed, please. That was excellent. How much was that? That was 4 grand. There we go. Bulk fill all of them.
How many times did we start Elm Creek?
How many times did we start our what?
Elm Creek, how many times?
Elm Creek? Oh, bloody hell. Elm Creek we started loads of times, didn't we? Because we kept running into that problem where it kept breaking. It wouldn't advance time, would it? The day wouldn't advance because the animals broke stuff. And in the end, did we just give up on that map in the end? think we did, didn't we?
Yeah.
I know Stevie eventually got it fixed, but like I say, after about the 8th or 9th restart, I was like, oh, I'm fed up with this freaking thing. So then we went to Calmsden, I think. We played on there. That was alright. We have reached the maximum discount for Isaac Ewing. So Field 19 won't... We can't get any more discount for Isaac now. We're maxed out at 25%.
Is he related to the Ewings in Texas?
The Ewings?
Dallas?
Dallas.
Remember the Ewing? J.R. Ewing
Yeah. You shot JR.
and Bobby Ewing? Oh my god, this one and Denver Clan, that was a serious fight. The streets were empty when these series were running. It was the time when you had to watch television, you couldn't watch anything else or record it, or well, you could record it probably. I have to go home. Why? Oh, Dallas. At least it was called Dallas in Germany, and Denver Clan. Soap opera.
£23,000 contract income. We're back to do field 7 now. Dun, dun, dun.
And I'm still 31% full.
Tractor are you using? Massey.
I'm
Are you using the Massey?
used the one that was on the
The compost.
popular.
So you're using the Massey. Oh, okay. I'm going to do this lovely weeding contract on field 3. For the whole $970
Alright.
that it's going to pay me. $170. Oh, does the weeders still remove grass, by the way?
Yes.
The weeders still remove grass, so yeah, I need to be careful with that then. Oh dear. You'd think Giants should have fixed that issue by now as well, wouldn't you?
They aren't fixing anything.
They ain't fixing nothing. Yeah.
And they ain't fixing it wrong.
They're too busy fighting off protesters at TwitchCon in Paris.
Yeah. Probably.
That's where Giants are this weekend.
if the devs are as handy as the community manager, they will not get fixed anything.
Yeah, which community? I think it was the American community manager of Giants who sent me an email yesterday with a high-resolution version of the Horse trailer. I was like, what do I want that for? Just send me the Horse DLC. That's more important than a trailer. I mean, what can I do with a video file? Send me the actual DLC file and then I can play with it in game and do streams and make videos on it. That works better for me.
Maybe you want to look at it. There goes the grass.
There goes the grass. Yeah, can't really do much about that, unfortunately.
Do a headland first.
Yeah, I could do a headland, but it's not my field, so...
I can't do headlands for 900 bucks.
So I like that. I like that. Someone's just put a message. Oh, recruiting a whole Step 14 in a few weeks without a large checkbook is a very difficult task. Ha! Clearly, they've not watched my Football Manager series, where I managed the first couple of seasons to build teams without ever spending a penny. You've just got to recruit the right people, and I gave them the blueprint. They just followed what I'd done, they'd be all right. You know? There's this lovely little player out there called Dele Alli. You know, he's available on a free transfer because he's not attached to any club. Hang him in the middle of the park, he does quite well at tier 4. At step 4, he does. And then after a couple of seasons, you can sell him for 7 million to Coventry. Oh, profit.
already 4 o'clock in the...
Yeah, first day of November's nearly gone. Done quite a lot of work today, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
All the contracts.
That field.
Spent a healthy sum of money as well. Buying a field. But hey, we've got a field, ladies and gents. We've got our own field. We've got soybeans on it, so that'll be nice. Look at that. Harvested later on in the season. Field 3 is 98% complete. Well, it's going to be 100% complete. Because I've come this far, might as well do this last little strip. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if the AI decides to do any more harvesting. So far, in the last week, all the AI's done is let every field go to withered. Which, like I say, is a bit concerning. Because I really like harvest contracts, as they really do help us get a bit of a foot on the board. In terms of getting access to some crops and obviously getting access to some straw and things like that.
Field 15 is ready to harvest.
Field 15.
Yeah.
That says spraying. No, that contract's disappeared. Field 15 ploughing.
No. But that was ready for harvest. No, we have a problem.
Something's
Do we need to
glitchy.
restart the game?
Something is glitchy because
Do we need to restart the
they're
game?
not going. They're not going to harvest, are they? They're going
Yeah.
growing to ploughing. Needs ploughing. Well, if that happens to our fields, then we definitely need to do a restart.
But it's a pity that we can't do harvest. Did we do a harvest job on 18, did we?
We did do harvest jobs. Like I say, yeah, did a harvest job on 18. I've done harvest jobs. So that's how probably the very first thing I did on the map was harvest jobs.
That's odd.
It's a little bit odd, that. Our fields are all growing okay, aren't they?
But, I mean, is that ready to harvest field 15? See? In the map. It's still there, ready to harvest.
Yeah, field 15 ready to harvest, it says. Contract. Field 15 is for ploughing. Oh no, that's disappeared too. Oh, it's not, it's active. Now it's gone to withered. Now have I accepted the
Ploughing contract.
ploughing contract? That's a weird. That is weird. I might have to send Stevie a message later and say, here's a weird one, Stevie.
Is only because of our save game, or? I feel we have to
Restart the save. It's such a fucking ball ache.
Yep.
That would be such a fucking ball ache.
do 2 weeks work. Sorry about the smell.
Oh, it's compost. It's
manure.
alright. Compost don't smell.
Yeah? What's that smell?
Manure would. If you were spreading manure, but we're not. We're spreading compost.
And what do you call liquid manure?
Slurry.
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 Gülle in German. Gülle in German. Gülle, Gülle. Sounds like Turkey. Gross.
I missed a bit. Are you getting the no harvest contract if field needs ploughing? If so, I get that on all maps. It's only happening. This is the first night it's happened, because we have had harvesting contracts on this map. But since doing an update today, which the map author says does not require a new save, every field that is ready to harvest is not giving us a contract, but is instead coming up straight away with ploughing. Even though on the map it shows ready for harvest, the contract screen is offering us a ploughing contract, and when we click on the ploughing contract, at that point the field instantly turns to withered. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what's going on there.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to the YouTube chat at this moment in time. Because somebody's in the YouTube chat, or somebody was. They might not be in the YouTube chat anymore. Depends when that message was sent. Because I must admit, I'm very bad at keeping up to date with YouTube chat. Because that requires me to look at my phone. Whereas obviously, Kit Chat takes pride of place on the tablet, which is much bigger and easier for me to read. But yeah, when we started, when we started this map last week, we had harvest contracts and we've been doing them. We was getting harvest contracts fine. And in single player, I've been doing harvest contracts this week on maps.
But in the meantime, you have different versions of the game loaded.
Well, we have different versions of the map. Yeah, we've had a couple of different versions of the map this week, and I wonder if that's perhaps caused it. Whether we should have started a new save. But Stevie didn't say we needed a new save. And normally, Stevie's, you know, he's normally quite keen to tell you if you need a new save, because he does like to give people the option now and information ahead of time so that they can make the decision whether they want to update or not. I will send him a message after I have finished streaming and just ask him if he knows or understands what's going on. I mean, we have had a couple of contracts disappear when we've clicked on them tonight, and that might just be, like I say, the map and everything, the new map and the save file sort of sorting itself out and synchronising itself. So hopefully, if we don't do any updates after this next cycle, everything will be okay again. I will check with the map author. But yeah, I mean, I've done harvest contracts in single player this week because, what was it? Was it Friday? Friday I recorded a bunch of videos for my Estancia series, and I did a canola harvest contract and I did a corn harvest contract within the 3 videos I recorded. They all worked okay. But yeah, I haven't seen any harvest contracts on this map since we first started it. Pretty much the first sessions.
What do you mean? Today? Or...
Yeah.
I mean, we did harvest contracts.
We did do harvest.
Today.
Yeah, we haven't done any today. We've not done any since our first multiplayer sessions together.
Yeah.
So we didn't do any harvesting Thursday, and we've not done any today. So it's been broke since, well, certainly since Thursday. And I think I did a map update in the week, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had to download an update. You and John had to download updates
Yeah,
for Thursday.
I had to download 2 times.
It's probably the update that's done it then, I would say.
Yeah, or maybe it doesn't work with...
I mean, mod conflicts shouldn't be an issue because I'm not running any mods that I haven't run before on the server. And all these mods that I'm using here, I'm already using in other saves. So I know they're all good. The only mod that is out of date, as far as this mod folder goes, is Courseplay. Courseplay is the only one I've not updated this week. I think we're running version 24 and it's now on version 26. But I don't know how Courseplay would mess up the contracts.
So that's fine.
I did notice, was it at the start of the stream tonight, or was it Thursday night? Field 19 was a bit like our field with the poppies, where it was harvested poppies, but nothing was happening with the field. Like the AI wasn't doing anything to it. Wasn't like asking us to plough it, wasn't asking us to cultivate it or anything. So I used the dev tools to change it to a harvested sunflower field, and then it came up straight away with a ploughing contract. There's a collectible ball. Mr. Helgi's still finding collectibles. Yeah, he's still finding them. Trying to make us all that sick money that comes with getting them all. Like Pokemon, Mr. Helgi's obsessed with catching them all. There's another one. We'll end up with all 100 because Mr. Helgi will not rest until he's found everyone.
So we have the north of the map is done.
Yeah, it's the east of the map and the south of the map that needs doing now. Pretty sure that's all that's left. And the one at the shop that's too high for anybody to reach. It's on the sign at the shop. It needs a telehandler or something. An absolute pleasure to have the Gunnerby Youth Football Club girls at the Mears yesterday. No, it wasn't an absolute pleasure at all to have the girls football club at the club yesterday, because we had to change a load of signs. Because apparently we weren't politically correct. Because you're not allowed to call them ball boys anymore. Because girls do it too. So we changed the signs, and we said, and the signs then said, ball people. But then apparently you can't call people people either.
No.
Because that's not politically correct. Because some people don't identify as people.
What? What are they then? Idiots.
So we had to change
All
the signs.
people and idiots.
Yeah, we had to change the signs for a second time, and instead we decided to call them ball crew now. They are ball crew.
Oh, look, 100,000.
Woohoo! You must have found an entire set of one type of collectibles. Yeah, it's all too bloody stupid. I entirely agree with you there, Jimpy.
I mean, we have even these, you have to call, you can't say, yeah, we have exactly the same thing. But even worse, in Germany, they beat absolutely crazy. I can't even tell it in English.
Well, ever since...
If you say guest, yeah, then the people even try to gender guest, you know. Guest is guest, everything is everyone. It's not female, or they call them Gästinnen, like female guest, yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Won't be long before the word ball is cancelled.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what we'd do it then.
When they have job, when they apply for jobs, they have to call it male, female, and diverse.
I don't know what other term could you use to describe a football? You're not allowed to say ball anymore. How else could you describe it?
It's a ball in that. in Germany you say the driver of a car, and that's a male name, yeah? The driver, not the female driver. In Germany you say driver and driverin, yeah? Like that, for female, with an IN at the end. And they call them, to avoid to say driver, driverin, they avoid that by saying the people who are driving, yeah? The driving people, they call
Yeah, but you
it.
can't call them people.
But no, they don't say people in Germany, they say Fahrender, like driving. They call them driving, yeah, right? similar, but it's German specific. Yeah? I can't translate it. But that means it's what they are currently doing is they drive. Yeah? So you're not including the people who own a car, can drive, but are currently not driving. Completely stupid thing going on at the moment. But that will change again when we have more pressing problems than that. Watch out. Another 100,000. Yeah.
You must be finding the last ones now. The last collectibles
Yeah.
must be like the 10th of each set.
Yes, right.
Because that's why we're getting so much money. Tell you what though, we might have enough money to buy Field 15 now I've finished this ploughing contract.
Wait for us to seed it and fertilize it.
It's only 266,000, but we're only getting 15% discount on that because that's owned by Gianna. And Gianna doesn't do much. Right, well it's 771,000 for the next field, which is field 16. Or it's 484,000 for field 19. Maybe I should buy field 19. Because then that's nicely running across the middle of the map then, isn't it? And we'll let Gianna keep, because that's got, field 19 has got...
Without the dots, where the collectibles are, you would never find them. They are in the middle of nowhere.
That's got poppies on it. Another fertilising gig for field 19. No, but there is a seeding contract for field 15 to put sorghum back on it, which is the exact crop that was on there that she let wither. She let die. I wouldn't trust her with my dogs. Look at her. I reckon we'll have field 19. That's a big field. We got the maximum discount, 25%. We've got a crop on it that's growing. Was that Esther Ransom? Lol. Could have been. That's the expression, isn't it? She looks like one of the bloody Loose Women presenters. Look at him. He looks happy, doesn't he? He looks like a cheerful...
He looks like the German guy. He does English jokes.
I just want to say to you, mate, you might want to get your ears raised up a bit. You might want to get your ears lifted.
What's the German guy who is making English stand-up?
German guy who what?
You introduced me to the German guy who lives in England and does English stand-up, telling jokes.
Oh, Henning.
Yeah, he looks like him.
Henning, what's his face? Can't remember his surname. Henning Wren or Henning Ben.
You know what
or
I'm talking about.
whatever, yeah. The guy who got arrested for illegally crossing into Czechoslovakia. The guy who got reported to Interpol as a missing persons because he took a train trip to Morocco when he was on holiday in Spain.
Now you can pay off the credit.
We could pay off the bank loan, but I think we'll just wait a little bit. He's buying more fields.
I think the only one that's left is on the
Field 20 is too expensive.
Underneath the bridge.
I think I got the ones on the bridges, didn't I?
The river?
Yeah, I got them.
I couldn't find them on the.
They weren't underneath the river. They were they were attached to the back of these guide rails.
Ah.
So you had to look on the back of the guide rails, and they were kind of blended in. And you know that one at the BGA you couldn't find?
Yeah.
That was a red animal, and it was laid down on top of a red part of the building, so it was like camouflaged.
Okay.
If you was just running around quickly, you wouldn't have seen it. It was only when when I went back and was really studying for it. And maybe, possibly, I might have used a little bit of the F5 wire mode to suddenly see where the collectible was. And then I was like, ah! Found it.
In 3D mode for the girl to jump. Really looks like she has no legs or no bottom half of legs.
No legs.
Can't jump up on the sign. I need a pole jumper to get over there. Can I buy a forklift? Have a good night.
Mr. Helg's calling it a night. I think I'm going to call it that fairly soon too as well. Well, certainly I will bring the farm sim part of tonight's stream to an end. I could then stream something else for a little bit, if people want me to stream something else for a little bit. And I'm talking more to the Kick people now than the YouTube people, of course. Don't think the YouTube people are quite ready for me to stream different content. So field 10's done. Field 9 was slightly weeded, but obviously still has weeds that are growing in it. Baling's been done. There are some fertilising jobs for the fields near the farm. There is that sowing job of sorghum to be done, but we will probably wait for that. Probably do that another day. It is getting dark, so I'm just going to move time forward, and then I'm going to do a save. At that point, I shall say goodbye. The wonderful, lovely YouTube. Yeah, can't say YouTube people, can I? I will just say the people. Can't say people. The viewers. The viewers on YouTube who are currently watching this stream, I will say goodbye to them and thank them, obviously, for watching and joining me on this Sunday evening. As I say, we will be back. We will be back on Wednesday evening this week and also Thursday evening. We would normally do Tuesdays and Thursday evenings, but unfortunately there is a football match on Tuesday evening that I have to go to and attend, so I can't stream Tuesday evening, sadly. So we will be doing Wednesday and Thursday this week for the YouTube people, and obviously for everybody else watching me on Kit currently, we will be here most days doing various different bits and pieces throughout the week. So, and like I say, we will change games in a few moments' times. So, for the lovely, wonderful people of YouTube, I keep saying people, gotta stop saying people. The organisms, the biologicals of YouTube, thank you for watching the stream. Cheerio, ladies and gents. And teapots and saucepans and kettles and cats and whatever else you might identify as. Just stop digging. Just stop digging once you reach the centre of the earth. You can't get any deeper than that, can you?